What's that?
Front shot that you need the front cam?
So yeah, we're gonna have to kind of work through that, like how you want me to show in Zoom, like the different,
I don't think it matters.
whatever.
It's gonna be in, that camera and the
So
other.
that camera right there, right? So if you look there, what you're seeing there is what I see. So I'm gonna stop sharing, and when we're not sharing material, this is what we see: town hall and your shot from over there. I mean, if that works. Oh, you're actually not seeing.
You want to advance to a couple of slides and see how they...
Let me see why it's still stuck on the sharing.
They're going to add the library in a minute.
What's that?
We'll add the library in less than a minute.
Are they going to connect so
Yeah.
that people can see the library? Because they said there's not going to be any moderation there.
That's right.
If somebody needs to speak, they're going to have to actually bring them in here.
That's right.
So I didn't know if they were even going to show the library.
I think they are, just so that people feel like they're all connected.
Yeah, sure. And then everybody can see everybody.
Right.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine.
No one's hiding.
Yeah. So, I mean, do they even think they're going to use the overflow?
You're cutting off a little bit of the...
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
So he's putting his, yeah, you still got to do the EQ. Yeah. I'm just trying to make everything work. So when you get see he has something to start with.
Test 1. Test.
Do you know in PowerPoint how to not show the, how to not make it so that your second screen becomes like a test screen? Or a next thing screen? Well, so you know how in PowerPoint, when you have two screens, and you start the PowerPoint on one screen, the other screen becomes like a notes and the next slide screen.
Test 1.
Sean, can you hear me? I don't know where the microphone is. Where did they put it? Oh, it's right here. Sean, can you hear me?
Hello? I don't know if they can hear me. Hello, everybody? Can you hear me?
Tom, use the gavel.
There we go. Good evening, everyone. We are ready to start. We have a quorum and at 6:30, and there are not many people outside. First thing I want to ask is anybody who's not a resident, and if you're sitting, if you can give up your seat for a resident, we would appreciate it. And if there are any open seats near you, can you raise your hand so people who don't have a seat can sit? Okay. Just a couple of preliminary matters that we have to take up. Everybody will have a chance that wants to speak. There is a time limit of 3 minutes. There are a couple of exceptions to that rule. The planning board is going to make a presentation. They asked me about a week or two ago if they could make the presentation, and I gave them permission to do that. Mr. Tesouris, who brought a citizen's petition, he may go over 3 minutes. I gave him permission to do that. But other than that, and Bill Demento, who is making a motion, I think it's Article 3 or 4, he's going to make a small presentation, so he may go over 3 minutes as well. But other than that, try to keep your comments to 3 minutes. And if you hear somebody who's basically saying the same thing that you're saying, please try not to repeat it. This way we can move along and get to the vote as quickly as possible. And when I say that, I don't want to rush anybody, but I know this is an important issue that we're here for, so take your time, make your presentation, and hopefully we can do everything within 3 minutes and get to the vote. All right. First thing we're going to do is the Pledge of Allegiance, and select person Sherry David is going to lead us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you don't have a copy of the warrant, we do have extras. If you want one, they should be out front. Hopefully everybody has a copy. We do have some preliminary motions. First preliminary motion is a motion for permission to speak to people who are not residents of Raleigh. Who's going to be making that motion?
I am, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Moderator, I move to allow non-resident town employees and officials from school districts and regional state agencies and entities to speak if called upon during the June 9th, 2025 special town meeting. These individuals will now raise their hands.
I'll second that.
Is there any discussion on this motion? I see no hands, so we'll go to a vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed say no. Okay, we only need a simple majority to pass this motion, and I rule that we have a majority. The yes votes take it, so that motion passes. Okay, next we're going to do the reading of the town warrant. And I believe that's going to be done by the town clerk.
Yes, it is. Greetings. In the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you are hereby directed to notify and warn the inhabitants of the town of Raleigh qualified to vote in elections.
Mr. Moderator, I move to suspend further reading of the June 9th, 2025 special town meeting warrant because present town meeting members have a copy of this warrant.
I'll second that.
Is there any discussion on this motion? I see no hands, so we'll take a vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed say no. The yes votes take it. Motion passes. Okay, that brings us to Article 1. This is a citizen's petition. John Satoris, I hope I'm saying your name correctly, John, is the lead petitioner.
and he will make the motion under Article 1.
My name is John Sosaris, 28 Trowbridge Circle, and I move to indefinitely postpone Article 1.
Okay, so this is a change, but he is entitled to make a motion to indefinitely postpone. That motion needs to be seconded by somebody. Do we have a second? Okay, do we?
They need to raise their hand and come forward and sign the sheet.
Okay, can you please come forward? Yeah, we have a signature.
Thank you.
I think, is she coming up? Oh, I thought the woman who made the second was going to come up and identify herself. Is she? Yeah, that would be helpful. Yeah, if you could just state your name and your address, please.
Denise DeFrancesco, 32 Trowbridge Circle.
Thank you. Okay, I think Mr. Satoris wants to make a statement regarding this motion, so he'll take the floor.
Thank you. So the reason I filed a petition for Article 1 was to provide information to the residents of Raleigh about the law regarding the unfunded mandate and how I might be able to resolve some uncertainties about the financial impacts on the town, possible financial impacts of implementing the 3A law. On Friday, this past Friday, the Superior Court ruled on the petitions for exemption from 6 towns that I actually had listed in that article. And the court indicated that the unfunded mandate law does not apply to speculative costs, in brief. And based on that court's decision, I don't see a basis at this time for us to request exemption for an unfunded mandate under that law. The dynamics of this issue have changed as a result of this, in my mind. And depending on how our decision is made tonight, I think we could actually face more uncertainties than we had before. Currently, we have, and this is all going to be discussed in great detail, I'm sure, later, but we have 3 districts in this town that are being proposed for zoning. We have a Weston district, which is part of the Rowley Farms development, and that's going to include about 280 townhouses. That's the developer's proposal, and if his plan goes through, that actually, if you look at his website, could produce a positive revenue to the town of $1 million plus. The zoning board, on some of the other issues, has indicated that the Station District, if that's developed, it needs town approval before anything can be developed on that. And the Turnpike District has wetlands on it, so even though it's developable, it may not be as developable as the zoning bylaw allows. Reading Article 1, it really doesn't matter if we did a vote, because that article is non-binding. It was more if the law was in place and we were allowed to actually pursue in the court an unfunded mandate, then this was just providing the selectmen what our opinion would be. But unless one of these other towns files an appeal and then is also successful with their appeal, we don't have a basis for doing an unfunded mandate request and asking for an exemption from 3A at this time. After we vote on Article 1, on my motion to indefinitely postpone Article 1, we're going to be looking at Article 2 and voting on 3A zoning. And given that court's decision on Friday, I believe if we do vote no on this, we might actually be creating more uncertainties for the town. If anybody's been to these other planning board and zoning board and selectmen meetings, the issue is that if we, the law, no matter what, we have to comply with this law. If we comply with it, we live with what we've decided at the zoning meeting, on this vote for the zoning. But if we don't comply with it, the governor has said that she's going to take action against the towns that don't comply. That can include a bunch of things. It could be that they stop some funding to the town. It could be that they litigate with us. It could be that they assign a special person. I think the zoning board, one of the members had told me this. They could potentially assign a special person to actually zone the town for 3A, in which case it's completely out of our hands. And personally, I don't like all those uncertainties. So at this point, that's the reason why I chose to indefinitely postpone the article and put aside filing for an exemption and a petition for an unfunded mandate. And I actually, just my personal opinion at this point, given that decision, I think we should vote on 3A as a positive, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So the floor is now open to discussion on the motion for indefinite postponement. Does anybody want to make a comment? All right, step up. Come right up. Step right up.
Dan Halliday, 20 Vincent Circle. I couldn't quite follow everything the gentleman said. And I'm not sure what the benefit is to postpone indefinitely to bring the proposal that brought us all here together. What's the benefit of postponing that when we're all here to vote?
Well, wait a minute, hold on, please. So you have a question, and your question is, what's the benefit of postponing
Yes,
the motion under Article 1?
yes.
All right, so
What does that do for us?
we'll ask other people in the audience if they want to come up and speak to that.
What about you?
Oh, no, it's not my job. No, I'm just a moderator. All I have to do is run the meeting. I can't make any comments like that. But there are other people in the audience who may be able to answer your question.
To me, it looks like a maneuver to just delay us making deliberation.
That's
Thank you very
your
much.
position, yeah.
God bless us.
Anybody else want to make a comment?
Right.
Okay, hold on. Can you just,
As I understand it,
State your name,
Patricia.
please.
Yeah, I got it. Patricia Borzik, 41 Meadows Lane. So as I understand it, we might actually be able to see what happens to the other cities if we postpone it. Might that be part of it? And I would actually like to hear you comment a little bit more on that Article 1 that you had here for the postponement, if it's possible to allow him more time.
yes, yep,
Great, thank you.
that's fine.
I'm not an attorney. But in my own opinion, if you postpone, it could give you time, but in the meantime, you might be subject to other penalties. That's the problem.
Hold on.
So, And this article, Article 1 is not the vote on 3A. Article 1 was just asking the selectmen, not even demanding, just asking them to provide, to file a petition with the Superior Court. At this time, 8 petitions, actually it might be 9 petitions were denied by the Superior Court and dismissed. So you still get the vote on 3A. This was just an article to request the selectmen file a petition for exemption if there were unfunded costs. But the court said that those costs are speculative, that you don't know them today, and therefore you can't file a petition for funding. So that's why I actually withdrew this, not withdrew, but indefinitely postponed this article. I think we should all have the discussion on 3A. I think that's more important, because this article was, in any case, just a non-binding article. So,
Any additional comments? Step up, please. Just so everybody knows, this is a motion for indefinite postponement. You don't have to agree with Mr. Sartoris. You can vote against his request to indefinitely postpone. You can vote in favor of this motion, or you can vote against this motion.
Richard Sheehan, 66 Wilson Pond Lane. I think we should hold this Article 1 to a vote. There's no harm in doing that. And I think, like somebody previously said, it may at least get us in the game and not give up any more than looks like we're going to have to give up. And don't fall to the fear and pressure that the state may be putting on us on this article. This is our town, and it's our right to vote for what we believe in. So I think we should at least hold this to a vote and not just brush it under the table for future reference.
Thank you.
Kate Bowles, 1 Bob Mary Way. I think I'd love to hear Town Council Tom Mullen comment on the viability of us passing or winning this fight. 3-parter. Could we win? Does it postpone compliance? We have to be compliant by July 14th. Does this postpone the compliance, and is there cost associated to it?
Hi, I'm Tom Mullen. I'm the town council for the town of Rowley. The Superior Court decision that came down last Friday confirmed my belief that the unfunded mandate challenge could not succeed. That's because under Massachusetts law, it's not an unfunded mandate if the legislature says, town, you have to do something, unless the legislature actually requires a particular expense and doesn't fund it. If they said, for example, you have to hire an X, and they don't provide the money to hire an X, that is an unfunded mandate. But if they tell you you have to change your zoning bylaw, which of course you could do with a simple motion at any town meeting at virtually no cost, the fact that downstream there could be consequences in the form of more schools, more infrastructure, more costs of that type, that's too remote, and that's not going to count as an unfunded mandate. That's what the case law says. That's what the Superior Court said on Friday. And I understand from my discussions with Mr. Tsousoras that that's what convinced him to want to withdraw his petition. And the way you withdraw a petition is with a motion for indefinite postponement. A motion for indefinite postponement is basically a negative on this. It says we're not going to deal with it. But you are going to deal with 3A. You can vote for it or against it. That's Article 2. So given what the Superior Court did last Friday, and given that the proponent of Article 1 himself wants you to indefinitely postpone, I respectfully submit that it makes sense to indefinitely postpone this and move on to the thing that got you all here tonight, which is a vote on 3A under Article 2.
Any additional comments? I see no hands. We'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion to indefinitely postpone, say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed to the motion to indefinitely postpone, say no. This requires a simple majority. I find that the yes votes win. The motion passes. Okay, so that brings us to Article 2, which is the 3A motion. And just a couple of preliminary things before we get to it. So first thing that's going to happen is Joan Connolly Costello is going to make a short presentation. Then Kirk and Ian, representing the planning board, are going to make a presentation. When they're done with their presentation, we're going to open it up to a question and answer period. So if you have questions about the presentation, that'll be the best time to ask those questions. We're not going to do comments at that point in time. So after we do the question and answers, then we're going to go to the comment or the discussion or the debate period, whatever you want to call it. So just be patient so that we can get through these things, and we'll get to a vote eventually on this motion. Okay, thanks, Joan.
Good evening. My name is Joan Connolly Costello, and I am chairperson of the Rowley Planning Board. It is my responsibility this evening to present to you and make the motion for Article 2 of the special town meeting warrant. I move the town vote to adopt the amendments to the Rowley zoning map and the Rowley Protective Zoning Bylaw to create the MBTA Communities Multifamily Overlay District that will be comprised of 3 zoning overlay subdistricts: the MBTA 3A Station District, the Turnpike District, and the Western District, as set forth in Article 2 of the June 9th, 2025 special town meeting warrant, and as shown on pages 2 through 14. This article has been developed through the work of the Zoning Review Committee. This committee, established by the Board of Selectmen several years ago, is made up of 5 people: 2 members from the Rowley Planning Board, David Jaquith and myself, 2 members from the Zoning Board of Appeals, Thomas Heidgard and Carla Chafee, and 1 member from the Board of Selectmen, Clifford Pierce. Members of this group have worked for more than 2 years to craft a proposal for zoning changes that will both bring the town into compliance with the requirements of the MBTA 3A law and meet with the approval of town meeting. This is the 3rd proposal that we're bringing to you, hoping to gain your approval this evening in time to meet the state deadline of July 14th, 2025, for cities and towns to be in compliance with the MBTA 3A law. On Wednesday, May 7th, 2025, a public hearing was held where this latest proposal for zoning changes was presented by the Zoning Review Committee to the Rowley Planning Board. Many members of the Rowley community attended this meeting, where people had a chance to ask questions and make comments before the Planning Board voted to accept this proposal on a 4-1 vote to bring it to you this evening. At this point, The town moderator is going to ask for a second to my motion. After that, our town planner, Kirk Baker, and Ian Burns, our town's 3A consultant from the Merrimack Valley Planning Commission, will review the details of the zoning proposals for you. The town moderator will then allow for questions about the proposal and then comments about the proposal. When we are ready, a vote will be taken. So we'll need a second to the motion.
Yes, do we have a second? Okay. Do we have the motion, the actual motion? You have it, Joe? So one other thing, we've reached capacity in this room, and there are people waiting out in the hallway. They're going to go to the library, so we're going to take a short break to allow them to get to the library, and then we'll move on. Did everybody hear that? Everybody can hear Joan.
I think we're okay. Joan. Yeah, she already did it. Yeah, I thought so.
Yep, yeah, you let me know when you're ready. Okay, I'm getting word that everybody is situated in the library, so we can get started again. How do we know if the people in the library can hear us? Oh, yeah. Can you people in the library hear us? Can somebody raise their hand?
We can hear you.
Okay. All right, we're good. We're ready to go. I think it's Kirk and Ian. You're up.
Going to bring up the presentation. My name's Kirk Baker. I'm town planner. We're going to do a quick presentation, myself and Ian Burns from Merrimack Valley Planning Commission, who is our 3A consultant. And so let's get started. This is going to be just a short presentation where I'm just going to talk about the three districts that it's already been mentioned, what they consist of, and then also get into some of some of the provisions of the bylaw, just to give you a good overview. Everybody's got this in your hands, so you can follow along. Where do I point it? Okay. Just go. I'll call out page numbers. Yeah, so Raleigh's requirements, just as kind of a review. So we want to say that that we're required by the state law to rezone, that we have to rezone for multifamily by right a minimum of 40 acres, and also for a minimum of 601 multifamily units. And then 20% of that must be of the whole district, must be within a half mile of the train station. And then also half of that district must be contiguous. And then it also has to be set up for families with children. And so, next slide. Yeah, next slide. Okay, so here's the station district. It's going to consist of 10.7 acres. This is the requirement is for 20% within a half mile of the train station. So that's 8 acres being required. This actually consists of 10.7 acres. We got down as close to the minimum, to that 20% as we could. It consists of 2 parcels. One is, I believe it's 34 Deerfield Lane, which is at the end of the Deerfield Lane subdivision. That's protected open space. And then the other parcel is 1 to 12 Depot Way, which is owned by the Housing Authority. And then also that's consisting of 12 multifamily affordable units. So with this, it's located right beside the train station to the north of Railroad Avenue, west or east of Route 1A. And so what we achieve here, like just to point out, with the open space at the end of Deerfield Lane, that the way the bylaw or the 3A law is set up, that we can use that open space. We can't use it towards unit capacity, but we can use it towards the acreage, which is why we're including it. So it's going to remain protected open space. The Housing Authority is the parcel that would be the focus of the unit capacity. And we're talking about a projected unit capacity from the modeling that's about 189 units. And it's not necessarily, when we talk about these modeling numbers, we're not saying that this is going to be 189 units. That's probably a very positive or optimistic estimate. So you still have to take into account that there are wetlands and they still have to meet Title V requirements. And not to mention, in this case, with the Housing Authority, there is some kind of town control over when, if, and how that gets developed. The Housing Authority consists of a governing board three residents from the three Town of Raleigh residents, one state appointee, and then also one tenant member of that governing board. So there is some control over when and how that gets developed. And not to mention that they would actually have to knock down the existing the existing houses there in order to do it. So, you know, the ZRC, in coming up with this idea, we looked at that as being, it's not impossible that it would ever get developed, but it would, it's less likely in the short term. So, next slide. So this is the western sub-district. So this consists of 28.1 acres. And so when we, in the fall, the western district configuration was slightly different, slightly larger, 32 acres. We brought it down to 28 acres. It no longer includes the town parcel at the top. I don't think this is actually, but the town parcel is no longer included in this. So we're the orange funny shaped area at the top of the map, that's the 3A district. That's the 3A district that's being proposed. The blue and the purple part that to the bottom of that provides access from the end of Silver Lane to the 3A district. And one thing to notice here is that it is owned by Raleigh. It's all on land owned by the Raleigh Farms LLC, and that also I would like to point out that it's a parcel in and of itself, so it's buffered on all sides with other Raleigh Farms land, so that when it gets developed, the 3A development will only be within the orange part of it, and that yield capacity that was mentioned before, that's 281 proposed units. Not to say that it's necessary, that's a very likely number, I think, from what the developer was proposing, but that would be like townhome units. And so, so just to also point out that there's the Raleigh Farms have other plans for the surrounding land, so there's also the aspect that there's buffer between, to the east and the west, between Falcon Ridge and to the residential areas to the west, where there would be some expansion of the golf course. That's what's proposed. It's not formally proposed yet, but that's kind of what they've been talking about. But that's only just to point out that the higher density residential would be buffered by some of these other proposals that would come in the future. So next slide. And the third district that we are proposing is what we call the Turnpike District. This is 9.75 acres on the west side of Route 1, Newburyport Turnpike, consisting of two parcels, which is 226 Newburyport Turnpike, that's the southern parcel here, and then the 236 Newburyport Turnpike, which is consists of about 3 acres. And I would point out here that there was a project called called Windward Crossing, which was proposed by Harbor Light Partners for an 25-unit affordable multifamily affordable project that's actually been approved for this parcel and for the parcel 240 Newburyport Turnpike to the north. And so that's already been approved. They're actually pursuing that project as we speak. So we are overlapping this in an effort to actually try to coincide some of the development and also to help write off some of the proposed unit capacity. We are actually overlapping part of this 3A district with that project, and the rules allow us to do that. And so just to point out, we're talking about like with 226 Newburyport Turnpike, the unit capacity, that's about, the modeling shows it about being about 116 units, whereas the 240 Newburyport Turnpike is supposed to be 128 units. But you can almost like if you actually, the way the ZRC was looking at this, you can write off that extra 128 units because there's another 25-unit project that's being proposed and which will probably come into fruition in the next year or so. And also that the location of this is also to take advantage of the fact that this is a retail district, and so there will be some mixed use that goes along with this that would work well with the the Windward Crossing project, and also take advantage of some of the infrastructure improvements that are going to happen very soon with this intersection that goes into the Market Basket Plaza parking area. And so you already see that Market Basket had actually extended a sidewalk down here, and there will eventually be improvements to this intersection. And whatever site plan review is done here, there will be improvements done that will tie in, that would create a more pedestrian-friendly kind of crossing there to take advantage and actually provide input to that retail part of town. So I believe that. And just to also point out, what I wanted to show with this slide is that the proposed Turnpike District is actually overlaid with another overlay district, which we call the Retail Village Overlay District, and that was the part of the bylaw that Windward Crossing Harbor Light Partners used to get approval for the Windward Crossing project. So I believe, and this right here, I just wanted to do a quick summary of what the three subdistricts consist of. So substation district, or the station subdistrict is 10.7 acres, Turnpike 9 acres, Western is 28 acres. So we're required to have 40 acres total, so, but the actual total from the proposal is 47. So we've got as close to that 40 acres as possible. Unit capacity is for the station district 189, for the Turnpike 245, and then for the Western Subdistrict 281. So I just point out that 245 number sounds large, but that, remember, that is composed of the 116 units for the two parcels for what is actually, you can write off the 128 units that are located on the Harbor Light parcel if Harbor Light does indeed actually get developed. So that is probably actually high. But for modeling purposes and for state approval, we have to treat it like this. And so we're required to have 601 units. So the 3A proposal that we're putting forth here is yields 715 total units. We believe that ZRC feels that that's as close as we could get to the 601. Also, we had a density requirement that we have to meet, 17 for the station district. Turnpike is 45 units per acre, and then the Western Subdistrict is going to be the lesser density of all of them. So they're going for a much lower density. What's required is 15 units per acre. So, but under the 3A law, you have to average out to 15 units per acre. So the average density comes to 16.2 units. So we meet that requirement with this proposal. So I'm going to go into just a couple of the provisions of the bylaw. First of all, this is by right. It's proposed to be by right according to what the state is requiring. That means a site plan review by the planning board. So in the uses that are going to be permitted by right, as of right, will be in all three districts. Multifamily and townhomes will be allowed by right with a site plan review in all three districts. In the station district, in the West District, single family will be allowed, but only in those two districts. And that is still with the site plan review. And this last one, Country Club, that actually, just to point out that the reason that is there, that's going to only be in the West District, and that is because that in the underlying zoning where that district is located, it does permit country clubs permit a country club use. And I think that what they wanted to do is, because Raleigh Farms has plans for this, they wanted that country club use to carry on from the underlying zoning to this zoning, so they could use that as part of a future project. There is a 10% affordable requirement. So we just, the ZRC didn't want to, it's permitted by the state to have a minimum of 10% affordable units. The ZRC didn't want that. The reason you want to have that is so you don't, that 3A proposal would not detract from other affordable initiatives that are being done by the town, so it wouldn't drive your existing ratio down. So there are special permit uses that are part of this bylaw that go along with the West and the Turnpike District. And I know this will be part of the section that would probably generate more questions, but it does serve a purpose. In the West, in the Turnpike Districts, like for instance, in the Turnpike District, that is a retail area. The Retail Village Overlay District, which was the overlay district under which the Windward Crossing, that's a mixed-use overlay district. So we wanted to have that feature as part of the retail, so you could actually have first floor retail and then multifamily units above that. So that is an option in the Western Turnpike District. But in the Western Turnpike District, I'll just point this out, the small scale commercial for cafe and restaurant type uses, it's intended in the Western District to complement and promote a village-like atmosphere that would support a primarily residential nature of the development. So that kind of goes with what I think is the proposed character of what the Western District is intended to be, mainly townhomes, but also to have some options for small-scale retail that would serve those kind of residential units. And then the same thing for Turnpike, except we do allow for slightly more intense retail, so small and medium-scale retail uses to complement and to enhance the mixed-use nature of that area. So that would also go along with what is happening at the Windward Crossing proposal, and also with being part of the whole retail area of Market Basket. So just to go quickly over what goals do we achieve with these districts. So we feel that the ZRC feels that the Station District, that we retain the maximum possible local control over unit capacity. So with the Western District, for the Station District, for instance, the Housing Authority owning the parcel on which the development would be, 3A development would be focused, that there is a governing board that does have Raleigh citizens on it, and so it actually, there is some degree of control, not to also mention that you would actually have to replace the existing residential development that's there. In the Western District, we coincide 3A development with the Raleigh Farms development. So, with the Raleigh Farms, there's already a 40B just to the south of where this is going to be located. So we're trying to also locate the 3A development so that it kind of takes advantage of the infrastructure that would accompany that project as well. Turnpike District, we coincide with the existing mixed-use retail village overlay district development and the nearby retail uses. I already explained that quite a bit. Offer opportunities for new housing that can fill the needed gap for missing middle housing in Raleigh. And so just, Ian's going to explain more of this, but that the whole purpose is the state is addressing a nationwide housing crisis that's really comes from a certain pattern of that's happened nationwide. It's not just here, but focusing too much on single-family development and not enough on on other types of diverse types of housing, like townhomes or apartments and things like that. We also managed to, like with this proposal, approximate the 601 minimum Unit 3A requirement. So we get to 715 units, whereas 601 is what's required. But also just remember that with some of these, they're not the numbers are a result of modeling, of the state modeling, and that it doesn't always take into account Title V and also wetlands, which once those are factored in, the unit count would be even less than that. We minimized the impact to the downtown. So like the station district, we got that down to 10.7 acres. It's focused on the one parcel, which is right beside the train station at the Raleigh Depot. And we keep the overall 3A district close to 15 units per acre, and while keeping half of the district contiguous in the western district. So that western district, the 28.1 acres, half of the what's required to meet this contiguous, to make it contiguous, is for us to have to have a district that actually that is more than 20 acres. So in this case, the western district is 28.1 acres, so we do actually meet that criteria. And then we also achieve some buffering from existing single-family areas. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ian.
Thank you, Kirk, and thank you everyone for your patience. I promise I will go through it quickly. First, for the record, my name is Ian Burns. I work for the Merrimack Valley Planning Commission. We're a public agency that supports the 15 cities and towns of the Merrimack Valley region. Although we're a public agency, we do not write the regulations or enforce the regulations. I'm here to help the community understand what the law is and how to comply with the law. So I was asked to be here today to talk briefly about that and to make sure everybody is on the same page of what is required in town. So just as a reminder, this law actually dates back to Governor Baker. His administration first signed the statute into law. He wrote the initial regulations. Governor Healy inherited those regulations or guidelines when she came into office, is now enforcing the guidelines and regulations. We talked about the court cases earlier, so I'm not going to go over those right now. What's at risk for noncompliance? Again, we heard this earlier, so I'll briefly mention there's a couple things right now. There are items written in statute and in regulation. The crux of it all is that you would lose access to potential state grant programs, which the town has tapped into in recent years. In the past few years, we took a look. There's been over $1 million in these state grants received by Raleigh. In addition to grant funds, there is also the threat of litigation from the Attorney General's office. She has taken legal action against noncompliant communities, and the state has also indicated that they'd be willing to appoint a, quote, special master to write zoning for a community that is no longer compliant with the law. So the statute itself, as a reminder, you have to have at least one district in your community that allows multifamily housing as of right. Kirk went over the details of it for Raleigh. As we looked at the areas across town and helped with the past two proposals and now the third here tonight, we really wanted to make sure that the zoning not only complied with the statute and with the regulations, but also reflected a lot of the comments heard from residents throughout the process over the last 2.5 years. I won't go over the details. Kirk already talked about that earlier. So what exactly does, where are we? What else does it mean for Raleigh? We want to make clear that there are those basic parameters that Kirk had gone over. However, the town has control over everything else. So if you meet those minimum numbers that Kirk was mentioning, you get to decide where the location goes, what the actual height restrictions are, what the setbacks are. All the other parts of the parameters are within the town's control. And that's what we've worked on over the past 3 years to try to do as much as possible to put things within the town's hands. Because if you check those boxes up top, you can do anything else. That's the part of the zoning that you get to decide as a local government. I did want to mention, as Kirk went over it in his presentation, and I know you've heard a lot of conversation about this over the past few years, the boogeyman known as unit capacity or unit numbers. Kirk was referencing a model earlier, and what we did is show you exactly what these numbers mean and what they don't mean. So I know you've heard a lot about 601 units, 715 units, 200 units here, 300 units there. I want to make very clear to you all tonight that unit capacity is one thing and is not another thing. The unit capacity numbers that we talk about are only a metric used to demonstrate compliance to the state. So my office has to run a calculation to show to the state under perfect conditions, if there was a clean slate on this land, may it be feasible for a developer to put this amount of units on site. And when I say perfect conditions, I mean everything from infrastructure to land condition to political will and developer money in the area. That doesn't always align perfectly. In fact, it almost never aligns perfectly, especially here in Raleigh where there's a lack of sewer and water in certain places, and that would limit your development naturally. It is the theoretical maximum possible number of units based only on those zoning parameters. And like I said, it's an assumption based on perfect site and environmental conditions. Now, the key takeaway of what it is not a number that you are voting to approve tonight. So nobody can say that if you're voting on this zoning tonight that you are approving 715 units in Raleigh. That is not the case. Any development proposal still has to come in front of your planning board, still has to go through site plan review authority, and still has to meet all the check boxes it does with state and local regulations. So you are not automatically approving 200 units in your station, 300 units out west, 200 and something units in the Turnpike. It's just a number we have to show the state so you can check that box. You all are not approving a development of that size here tonight. So just before we go into some questions after this, wanted to take a step back. Kirk was referencing this earlier. Why are we all here? Why have we been talking about this for 3 years? And why are we all going crazy in a hot cafeteria in an elementary school right now trying to come to a decision? Really, what is happening in Massachusetts, you all see it, skyrocketing housing costs in both rent and ownership. It's pricing out a lot of folks. It's causing a lot of folks to leave. That has dire economic circumstances for our state. A lot of that is due to supply and demand. It's basic economics 101. We don't have enough housing for the people that need it, and the reason we don't have enough housing, in part, is because of the restrictive zoning that we've had in Massachusetts for many years. Raleigh is not alone. Almost every community in our region zones for pretty much exclusively single-family homes on lot sizes of 1 to 2 acres. What does that do? It means you can only build large houses on large lots. It means you're taking up land, you don't have enough land for development, and you're not building the types of housing that folks may need and what might be more financially accessible housing. So what this zoning is looking at and what the state law is looking at is saying, okay, there should be at least one small area in each community where you're allowing something other than a large single-family home to be built, where you are allowing something like a townhouse or smaller scale multifamily housing that is more financially accessible, not only for new families getting started, but for seniors that may be looking to downsize, that own their 4-bedroom home right now and are looking around saying, there's nowhere in town for me to go other than staying in my 4-bedroom home, but I'd love something smaller. That's because it's illegal pretty much everywhere in the community to be built. This is an effort to legalize it in at least one or a few spots of town. I will say that myself and Kirk are going to be available should folks have questions during the question and answer portion. Feel free to request of the moderator to send a question our way. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to open up the meeting to questions. Does anybody have a question? If you do, just come up to the microphone and let us hear your questions.
Good evening. Sam Gregorio, 699 Haverhill Street. And I'll have some more comments later, but for questions, and just for a clarification, it was said earlier, the Western District for the 280 units, just for clarification, is not on top of the Raleigh Farms proposal that has been previously brought in front of the town. It is a separate 392 units on the south side, and then this will be 281 on top of that on the north side as a separate part of the parcel. So just so everybody knows that it's not necessarily on top of the other one and you're only getting one, you're getting both, potentially.
It looks like the answer is yes. Ian and Kirk, if you want to stand by the mic while the questions are being asked, you can respond. Anybody else have a question? Up, step up.
Kate Turner, 5 Church Street. So I understand that what we're doing tonight is approving the conditions for 3A compliance, which obviously has lots of advantages, avoiding sort of the bad consequences of not approving it. But I was interested in this, that we're not actually approving the development, that would be presented at a later date. But presumably you can't just sort of sit on the kind of the laying of the foundation for 3A compliance and then never build anything. Would that have any consequences, adverse consequences for 3A compliance if we essentially approved the zoning conditions but never did anything with it?
That's a great question. All that matters is that the zoning exists. If it does not eventually get developed, you are still compliant. And if it does get developed but only 5 units go there, you're still compliant. All that matters is that the zoning exists in town.
Paul Ariano, 20 Cindy Lane. I love this town. I want to die in this town. The offices are great. 20 Cindy Lane, Paul Ambriano. I love this town. I want to die in this town. The people are great. The offices are great. You need something, they're in minutes, okay? In order to stay in this town, I can afford it now. Taxes are going to go high. I'm dead against it. There's so many things. I lived in Stoneham. It happened in Stoneham. Taxes went up 4% one day for 284 apartments. Doors open now. No more voting. They just put in for 1,282 more. It's okay. It went up 7% this year. It's going up. We're worried about $1 million. Let's worry about taxes for the next 20 years as long as we live. You're talking millions. Let them keep their million because you're talking millions. And I'm disgusted with what's going on. We voted twice. How many times do we have to vote?
Okay.
It's ridiculous.
This is the question and answer period. You can make your comment.
I just
after.
want to, that's my opinion.
Any more questions? I don't see any questions, so we're going to we have a question. Step up.
Patricia Borzik, 41 Meadows Lane. So I had a question to the modeler. Why did you model 715 units instead of 601 units?
So just to clarify, first of all, I don't choose how many units to show on the site. And so the process that you go through is we look at the parcels in town that are potentially being zoned over, and then we look at those parcels, we see what the zoning parameters are, so things like how much parking will be required, what are the setbacks going to be, what are the height restrictions, and we say, okay, with those zoning setbacks, what's the maximum building footprint that you could fit on that parcel? So we take away whatever, 10 feet, 20 feet, whatever it is. And then we say, okay, you're allowed to build 2 stories, so we're going to multiply that building footprint, that floor area in the first floor by 2, because you're allowed 2 stories, and then how many units can you fit within those 2 stories is how you end up with your number. The state requires that we use an average of 1,000 square feet per unit, and so when we take a look at it, you look at the entire floor area of the building envelope after looking at your zoning parameters, divide that by 1,000, and that gives you the total unit number. Now, in the case of Rowley, the reason why you're above the 601 requirement at 715, a couple things. Number one, you cannot zone only part of a parcel. You have to zone the entire parcel. That's typically how zoning is done. It's a best practice, and we have to do that for the purposes of compliance. So when you are dealing with parcels that aren't perfectly a half an acre or whatever they are, you're gonna end up not at the exact number because you can't just draw a boundary to get your perfect number there. You also at the same time have to meet that density requirement of 15 units an acre. And so if you have a lower density in some areas, then you have to have a higher density in others, which is why we see that density spread across multiple sub-districts and end up with the average of about 16 units an acre. That is slightly higher than the state requirement of 15 units an acre. What I say to all the communities I go into when I do this work is it is good to have a slight buffer. What I've seen when communities then send their zoning to the state for full approval is every now and then there's something funky going on with one of the parcels where a couple units get knocked down here and there, and you start to chip away a little bit at that buffer. So we like to make sure that there is a little bit of buffer there. So if we go to the state and they say, ooh, really a quarter of this parcel doesn't count towards your compliance, we're still good and we don't have to come back here a year later to do something different.
Any more questions? Step up, please.
Hello, Keith Bartlett, 50 Cindy Lane. I guess I'd like to understand the dilemma we're in. We're in a dilemma of we have to approve this or we don't have to approve this with the 3A. But I guess I want to know what the long-term plan is here. So if we approve it, and then we get all these developers, which we will, wanting to come and build on this thing, what's the planning board's position on all these future developments that are going to take place? Because we have to play the game of, are we going to be in, are we not going to be in? But where is our long-term vision for where is this going to end up for the town of Rowley? And that's a question for the planning board.
I would actually say that with for the planning board, like as was mentioned before, this is a site plan review, so that's by right, non-discretionary. So these reviews that have to do with 3A would have to be done in that, according to the site plan review parameters. I mean, when you're really talking, I think what you're talking about is more something that we have to do as a follow-up to this. And there is the option, we actually do have some funds that have just been extended by the HLC, some grant money that as long as this passes, we can expend towards potentially doing studies that would actually help us to understand better what the impacts to the 3A would be. But if this doesn't pass, we lose that grant funding. So I think that's kind of what you're referring to. But in terms of like the planning board stance on 3A projects or development that, the proposal that was actually developed was to try to maximize the control that the town had over when some of it gets developed so that it would be more in the long term, not the short term. Once again, it's not a promise, but it is a probability. And also to take advantage of like locating in areas where the impact could be minimized, and to optimize by coinciding with other development to use some of that same infrastructure that would be, for instance, with the Western District, with the 40B, that the 3A would be located and take advantage of some of the same infrastructure that would serve the 40B.
Jim Melnick, 47 Harrison Circle. There's an old adage that you have to plan for the worst and hope for the best. And if we are planning for 600 or 700 housing units, where are we going to get this water? I haven't heard anybody talk about any plans for water. You drive past the police station every July and there's a water ban. If you add 1,000 people to the town, that's a 12-13% increase in the population. How are we going to take care of that situation?
It's a great question, and we hear that a lot. I say we, my agency, when we go to other cities and towns. So two things that I just want to point out. Number one, because we're looking at zoning, it's very challenging to predict the actual build-out of these parcels. We're doing those theoretical numbers, but that doesn't tell us the build-out. That's why almost every time you have zoning in a community, you don't look at the impacts from a financial perspective, from a water perspective, from a public services perspective, until an actual development proposal comes forward. That's just like the case where right now in Rowley, you have a lot of land zoned for single-family detached homes that currently isn't built out. The Rowley Farms land is zoned for single-family detached home, not currently built out. So when folks are asking the question about have we planned for all this multifamily development and accounted for the costs, the other thing I would say is you don't do that with any of your other zoning in town. You don't say, okay, if we were to build a single-family home everywhere in town where it doesn't exist, what are the costs? You don't do that because you don't actually have that proposal in front of you. It's the same thing with this multifamily zoning where you're talking about the zoning, the development proposal hasn't happened, so you can't really assess that. Same thing if you allow McDonald's all around Route 1. You're not going to study what would happen if McDonald's went everywhere on Route 1 just because we allow it everywhere on Route 1. Those are the principles that you look at when you actually go through this development process. Right now, we're at step one. We're talking about zoning. I know it's complicated and hard to bite into, but then step two, if a development proposal comes forward, that's when you do that analysis, and that's where the town can say to the developer, hey, there's not enough water on site. You can't build all these units because there's not enough water. Then the developer has to figure that out. That's the developer's problem. The developer still has to provide for adequate health and safety of the residents when they bring a proposal forward. They can't just fly through and automatically start building tomorrow.
I would also like to add to that, I don't know if we're going to get much into the actual text of the bylaw, but if you look under, in your packets, in the warrant, section H, which is site plan review, under H2B, it actually deals with, the provision of utilities. So applicants will have to demonstrate that the proposed development will be served by adequate utilities and infrastructure, or propose utility and infrastructure upgrades to ensure that the development adequately meets the needs of residents without a detrimental impact to existing services. So that's some of the text that's in the bylaw itself. And also to point out that, and it was alluded to at the very beginning, that the pattern of single-family development has typically led to a revenue negative result. So that's one of the reasons why, taxes may seem kind of high, but when you actually consider what the result of a multifamily, that multifamily would lead to a revenue positive, and that was actually something that was brought up at the very beginning. I do think that needs to be underlined, that the multifamily will lead to a more revenue positive outcome.
Any additional questions? Step up, please. Anybody who has a question, you can step up and line up over here. And Joan in the library, let me know if anybody has questions from the library.
Hi, Laurel Charette, 90 Main Street. Okay, so I guess this is my question to you. It's something, it's a burning question that's been for me. 40B, it seems this 3A conversation is moot. And I'm just trying to wrap my mind around why we're going on and on about 3A, which allows us to have a say in development, when 40B exists and we're not compliant, and so developers can swoop in and do what they want. Why are we debating 3A when 40B is worst case scenario and it's out there and it allows developers to do as they please regardless of zoning? Thank you.
So for folks that may be unaware, because I imagine there's some maybe town meeting first-timers here tonight, 40B is a state statute that requires every city and town in Massachusetts to have at least 10% of their housing stock be deed restricted affordable. If you don't have 10% of your housing stock be deed restricted affordable, then a developer can come in and override your zoning, provided they're building a development with at least 20% affordable units. And so technically what it means is a developer can come in and build development anywhere regardless of zoning if you don't have 10% of your housing stock deed restricted affordable. Raleigh, like many small towns in the area, does not meet that 10% target, so you are quote-unquote susceptible to a 40B development. So the question about why focus on 3A when we have 40B in front of us, two things that I'll mention. Number one, I think 40B is a great example of the actual impacts that your 3A zoning might be. So the town of Raleigh has been susceptible to 40B for decades at this point. There have been almost no 40B proposals in Raleigh. There's one right now. It's pretty much the first in the past few decades, a serious 40B proposal. Why is that? Because it's very challenging for developers to build at scale without public sewer in place. And so they haven't come forward because it's just not economically feasible for them to build that under a 40B environment because there's no public sewer. That translates directly to your 3A proposal here tonight when we keep saying this unit capacity is way up here, but we think it's going to be lower. Those two things are directly linked because it's sometimes not economically feasible for a developer to actually build if they have to build a huge septic or treatment plant on site. The second thing I'll say is, and we did this in Newbury when we were doing their 3A zoning, is that 40B, a developer can come in and override local zoning. It is a long and arduous appeals process for a developer to go through that. They have to go through what's called the comprehensive permit process, and usually there's a million appeals with state boards and with local approvals. That costs time and that costs money. 3A is a way to say, okay, here's where we act. If you want to build multifamily development in Raleigh, developer, we've designated these zones. This is quicker than a 40B development. Please don't go through the 40B process and override our zoning. We've picked these spots where we want to see multifamily zoning, so do it here, not over there, right in the middle of the Raleigh town green where we don't want to see it. Put it somewhere else where we've already designated our spots.
Jamie Penniman, 42 Wilkes Road. We have a police and fire station that today we can't afford to fund due to budget constraints. So my question, it's pretty simple actually. If you have 715 units and assume maybe 4 people per unit, that's an increase of about 44% in the population. So my question is how that's going to get funded.
So 2 things I'll say on that. Number 1 is I would not estimate that many residents per unit. We almost never see that much when it comes to multifamily housing. These tend to be studio 1 or 2 bedroom units. Rarely do they have school children that add to cost of the local school system. It happens, but it's not often because of the type of multifamily development we're talking about. So it tends to be smaller scale. I will also say, as Kirk mentioned earlier, and as the proponent of Article 1 mentioned earlier when they came up to withdraw their article, we tend to see that multifamily housing development in communities, there's been tons of fiscal impact analyses on these in the region and across the state. Multifamily tends to be a fiscal net positive for a community. That's because they generate a lot in revenue and they don't cost a lot in services. If you put 20 units right on the side of the road right here versus spread out 20 units across 20 acres, that's less road that you have to pay for, that's less sewer line that you have to pay for, that's less traveling that the fire department has to do to get to emergency response. So typically when we look at multifamily housing, we see it's a net positive. When we look at single-family zoning, we actually tend to see it is a net negative on finances. This is just what the data tells us across the Commonwealth again and again because of the development sprawl. Single-family home also tends to lead to that 2, 3, 4-person type of households because they tend to be more bedrooms, and so that's when you start to see the drain on services and the fiscal impact.
So I'm just curious who funds it though. Is the state going to provide funding for that?
Sorry, I should have addressed that. So there's a couple ways for that to be funded. Number 1, I'll say, is that if you pass this district tonight, then you are going to be welcomed into a grant program that's called the MBTA Communities, I believe, Catalyst Fund, and that is funding from the state to build infrastructure adjacent to MBTA Communities zoning districts. So if you pass this zoning and now you say, oh, we want a water line or we want the road improved right next to that zoning district because housing is going to go in there, the state has a separate pot of money for these zoning districts for communities that have complied with the law to give to them for those areas, in addition to the other state funding sources like the MassWorks grant program and others that exist today to give funding to communities for infrastructure like this. All of those grants you must be compliant with 3A in order to qualify for.
Next.
Hi, Rachel Rubin, 389 Central Street. Good evening. Oh, sorry. Rachel Rubin, 389 Central Street. Good evening. I was just wondering if you could talk more about the consequences of voting down 3A tonight. We just got a grant from the state to rebuild or refashion the bridge on Glen Street. I was wondering if being non-compliant with the state would potentially cut funds to emergency services or to our school districts, and what other consequences could look like to downvoting. Thank you.
So I'll very quickly reiterate, there's those grant programs that you would no longer be eligible for that are specifically written in the regulations. In addition, pretty much every discretionary grant, so every grant that you have to apply for and the state awards to you, seems to have language attached in the contract now that I've been seeing come through that says you must be 3A compliant. So if it's a grant that you do not automatically get from the state, if it's a competitive grant program you have to apply to, pretty much all those funds seem under threat right now. I don't know the specific program that you just referred to or what program got funding for that bridge, but if it was a competitive grant and discretionary funds from the state, then that is under threat. What is not under threat from what I can tell and what we've been tracking are what we call formula funds in state aid directly from the state. So when there is already a calculation done, the legislature passes funding, they say this percent goes to this community, this percent goes there based off of a whole host of population metrics. Those funds are not under threat. Those are things like Chapter 90 funding for your general road maintenance. Those are things for your general state aid for your school department. That's calculation and formula based. But there is questions on if you have to apply for a grant because you want to improve the infrastructure serving your schools, maybe that's under threat because that is a discretionary program, that's not formula funding.
Sieglinde Eigner Crooks, 10 Lizard Terrace. One big concern that we frequently have is about schools. Pine Grove School, for example, capacity. Is Pine Grove, do we have any statistics? Is Pine Grove School at capacity right now, or is enrollment down? Basically, when I've been here now for 11, 12 years, and all the families that I know have children who have aged out of the schools. So are schools at capacity, or is enrollment actually down at Pine Grove School?
Enrollment is down. School enrollment at Pine Grove is down from where it was 10, 12 years ago. I don't have the number off the top of my head. I used to be the principal here, but I can only go by how many children were here when I was the principal. So back in 2009 when I started, there were probably 600 and something kids, and I think there's maybe 3 something or 4, but here comes Narissa Wallen who can answer that question.
I actually can't answer the question, but I can get you a lot closer. So my name is Narissa Wallen. I live at 36 Warehouse Lane, and I'm a Raleigh resident, but I'm also the vice chair of the school committee. I didn't come prepping for school numbers tonight, so I don't know those off the top of my head. But I can tell you that when we built Pine Grove School, because we had a special allowance from the state through the Mass School Building Authority program, to stay within the confines of the school as it existed, we took 4 classrooms and we actually turned them into these open areas that can be turned back into classrooms should we need them. So that ability is there to essentially fit up to 4 additional classes worth of students in this building if we need to.
Hi, I'm John Petrowitz, 36 Kittery Ave, Raleigh. I got a couple questions. Both at this meeting and other meetings and the website that was produced, nowhere does anybody say what affordable housing is. We hear these numbers of the state dictating affordable housing. Is it 200,000? Is it 100,000? What contractor is going to build you a 1,000 square foot home for $200,000? So what are these units going to really cost, and how does it affect affordable housing? And to me, this is an MBTA sustainability project to keep the trains and subways running and populated. If people were really concerned about affordable housing in Massachusetts, every town in this state would be getting this mandate to provide land for affordable housing. And there would be goals of what the actual apartment or house is going to cost, and whether taxpayers are going to subsidize that cost, and what it's going to mean to the townspeople that live here already. I've been here for 45 years. We still have potholed roads. We've never built a new water tank. We have water pipes that break in my street 2 or 3 times a year. The infrastructure is disastrous when it comes to supplies. When the town says the builder takes care of the infrastructure, that's a false statement. I've worked with the planning board before. What that means is the developer's taking care of the infrastructure in their project, not other streets, not other tanks, not building a reservoir, not addressing the big population of the impact. So maybe somebody can address that and educate us.
So I can't address specifically locally the water challenges. What I can address is the question about affordable housing and what exactly that is. So the definition of affordable housing, as we're talking in this context, is housing that is capped up to folks making what is referred to as 80% of the area median income. These are HUD limits. This is the federal government setting these limits. This is not Massachusetts or Raleigh or Essex County setting these limits. 80% of the area median income, Raleigh is considered to be in the greater Boston area median income. It's a very large area, extends all the way up to Newburyport. I will look at the exact numbers for you in a minute. I believe that 80% was somewhere around $80,000 for a one-person household a year in income. Incomes are very high in this area. 80% of median is about $80,000. That means if you're a one-person household making about $80,000 a year, you would qualify for an affordable unit. Two-person household, it starts to get a little bit closer where it's probably around $90,000 a year for a two-person household. I can look at the numbers exactly. And the rents are capped at 30% of your gross pre-tax income in that situation.
Next.
Kyle Peters, 9 Dodge Road. The way I understand this, is 3A affordable housing happening no matter what tonight's vote is? Yes, correct? Okay, so if we don't comply with 3A's mandate, we could put future grants, which you guys have been talking about quite a bit, in jeopardy that we've already received, and highly likely receive legal action risking tremendous cost to our town. Is that correct? Okay. So tonight we're voting on the zoning board's proposal, whether or not 3A, it's not on whether 3A is happening or not, it's just who's going to control that. Either the state is going to control it or we control it. And I'm sorry, but I can't think of the last time that the great state of Massachusetts has taken Raleigh, little Raleigh, into consideration and, you know, to their heart as when they're making decisions. But I do know that they did mandate it. And the zoning commission had to deliver a proposal. They've delivered the proposal, which I thought was actually really, really good, and leveraging some of these existing properties and things that are around town, like the overlays that you had in the, I don't know which district, what the Turnpike District, the Raleigh Farms leveraging. I think you guys have done a great job. So I do want to acknowledge you. And my questions were answered.
Hi, my name is Brad Pitcher, 56 Leslie Road. First
Hey, Brad,
of all, thank
I
you
like
for
that T-shirt. I just want you to know.
Thank you very much. You threw me off. Thank you for everyone putting this together tonight. I've been in Raleigh 15 years. I rode the MBTA for 12 in and out of Boston, and people thought I was crazy because it was so far. But the town is really growing post-COVID. Everybody wants, you know, the big colonial house on an acre, and it's a great place to do it. It's a great town. But the taxes have really started to rise. They're really getting out of control. We just did this school. My friend Jamie just said we just did the police and fire. Next is going to be Triton. They're going to bring the Mass School Building Authority in again to do that, and it just keeps going up and up and up. And I just really think this is a bad law, personally. I feel like it's ready, fire, aim. I don't think, you know, we're voting to be able to decide how we're going to do it, but there's no plan on how we're going to do it. And I guess my question is, it came to us because we're an MBTA community, and the question I have is, that lot, if there's 20 cars in it a day, that's a busy day down in Raleigh. Is there any correlation between the people that are going to be in these units that they have to make use of that MBTA line, the commuter rail to go into Boston? Is it all going to be people that commute every day in and out of Boston? We're going to incentivize them to do that? Or is it just going to add more stress, more taxes? We're going to be building more schools because there's 2,400 single-family dwellings or housing units in Raleigh. We're talking about going to 3,000. That's a big increase. The traffic's already crazy. I can't make a left onto 133. I'm concerned about the stresses on the town because I love living here. It's got everything I want. But it just seems like a very, very big bite to take when we don't really have a good plan in place. So my question is, how does the MBTA and the residents, how does it directly affect those people living in the units?
So the short answer is no, the residents are not required to take the MBTA, and they're not incentivized to take the MBTA beyond living adjacent to it. The one thing I want to clarify, though, and it's probably one of the bigger challenges in doing this work across the region, is it's probably the biggest misnomer that's existed in Massachusetts general law to call this MBTA communities. Because the MBTA actually had nothing to do with the proposal. What happened was, as the legislature was debating and passing this law, there was a definition of an MBTA community, which are communities that are in what is, quote, the MBTA service area. And so they took all of those communities, said all these communities are in the MBTA service area, considered to be kind of generally greater Boston. Those are the ones that are going to be required to have multifamily housing because it's seen as a benefit to have access to MBTA service and to be in this general area of Eastern Massachusetts. Everybody's got to carry their own weight kind of thing. We're just going to group them together. We're going to call it MBTA communities because it's communities under the MBTA service area. That's how that came to be. But the MBTA itself actually had nothing to do with writing the law or passing the law or drafting the regulations or enforcing the regulations. They're completely removed from this. And it just so happens that to do the catchment area of the zoning, that's how that decision was made.
Any more questions? I don't see any hands, and I don't see any hands in the library, so now we'll go to the comment for this motion. Anybody want to make a comment, please step up. This is your chance to talk about whether or not you're in favor of this motion or against this motion.
Good evening again. Sam Gregorio, 699 Haverhill Street. And just for the record, so everybody knows, I'm a senior traffic engineer for a local civil engineering consultant firm. So just to put it bluntly, this is what I do for a living as well. Actually, I wasn't actually going to come tonight until I got a cold call from a place in Silver Springs, Maryland, telling me to come here and vote yes tonight. I really hope the town's not the one who paid for that. I really hope it's not the developer from Raleigh Farms who paid for that. Why is someone, an outside vendor group, calling me to vote yes? Why isn't it the developer? Why isn't it the town? Sorry. So, obviously, I've kept in tune with the stuff on the websites and the Facebook groups, and the two arguments that keep coming up most of the time, I just want to kind of address it, like at least the way I see it is, the development won't be the size that we say they're going to be. It's not going to be 601 units, it's going to be less. It was even stated tonight, the developable area has to meet to provide that 601 units. The developer can't come in and propose 601 units. It's even going to be allowed, it's going to fit. They've even said it could fit. Doesn't mean it's going to be great, doesn't mean it's going to be aesthetically pleasing, but it could fit. The idea that a developer is going to come in knowing post-COVID that everybody's trying to move up this way and that's not going to happen is fiction. Even just this week, Town of Westford, MBT Communities Act, they're in their site plan review. They've already voted yes. They have a development, 37 acres, 20 of it's buildable, 530 mandated, 530 units. Developer is right now in front of the planning board, all 530 units, and they can fit it on site. They've chosen to do some of it waivers because they want to have it pushed back from the road, but they have a block plan that shows they can fit all units. So the idea that developers are going to come in and not propose that, especially when everybody's trying to, admittedly so, just a minute ago, everybody's trying to move out of Boston and up this way, it's going to happen. So with that, again, Western District, as an example, 281 units. Again, on top of the 392 that Raleigh Farms is already proposing. They don't touch state highway. They are not mandated to go to Mass DOT to fix anything at 1 and 133. They don't touch state highway, they don't need an access permit. They might propose something on that location, but again, even through site plan review, where's the town and how can they compel a developer to build something on property the town doesn't own? That's the state's property, not the town's. So unless there's something in the bylaw that forces them to do that, the developer can commit to it now and say they have everything they want to do. That doesn't mean they have to do it. It's not the town's land, it's the state's land. This is different for the Turnpike District. They touch Route 1, they will have to go through that process. Station District, little wishy-washy, but they're next to the MBTA tracks. They might have to too as well.
30-second warning.
Sure. Okay, I guess the other argument is it's just zoning, but once the town approves it, and this, we control the process, I guess, but the typical zoning process that we'd be going through in this town when we're trying to change a zoning bylaw, it's not potential. Again, let's lower it. Just say 2 people per unit. That's 25% population increase. That's not the typical zoning thing we're doing in this town. We're not saying that that's just going to happen. So the idea it's just zoning, that's not true either. It's more than that. It's actually a giant population growth. It's a giant traffic impact. So I guess I'm getting cut off, so I guess, yeah.
You can come back up after everybody else speaks.
Thank you. My name is Howie Vogel. I live at 7 Raleigh Country Club Road. And as I sit here listening to people, there seems to be a lot of concerns about taxes, stress on the town, and wanting facts that just don't exist right now. So I'd like to share some facts with you. So I'm an 11-year resident of Raleigh. We were one of the first owners at the residents at Raleigh Country Club. And I don't know if many of you remember, the original developer, and people can tell me if I'm wrong, of the property there with the golf course was going to close the golf course and build single-family homes. So the town kind of worked, that deal fell through, but they worked with another developer to keep the golf course, make it a conservation restriction, and allow for multifamily housing. I live in one of those units, and I want to let you know, and usually I speak extemporaneously, but this time I'm going to read. Okay? At a recent selectmen's meeting, highlighted worries about multifamily housing would strain town resources and create tax burdens compared to single-family homes. Our development proves this entirely contrary. The residents at Raleigh Country Club demonstrates how multifamily housing can benefit the town. 0 school costs. We are not an over 55 community, but almost all our owners are over 55 with no school-age children, eliminating all Triton district assessments. 0. 0 infrastructure costs. We are a private road. We, the residents, fund the maintenance and the snow removal of that road. Finally, tax revenue. The average unit assessment of those units, by the way, there's 2 units per building, 18 buildings, the assessment is $860,000, which generates over $350,000 annually for Raleigh. This development delivers substantial tax revenue while requiring minimal town services. This is what Raleigh needs to deal with some of these issues that you're all talking about taxes and services going up. The 3A overlay would enable similar developments that attract older residents. I'm one of those. Reducing school enrollment pressures while maximizing tax collection. By the way, this isn't about opposing single-family housing. It's about smart growth that strengthens Raleigh's finances. Bottom line, multifamily housing designed for residents, 55 plus, generates more tax revenues per dollar of town services than traditional housing. The 3A overlay deserves support. Thank you.
Ben Day, 34 Pleasant Street. I just want to thank the planning board for a really thoughtful proposal that minimizes impact, that gets us into compliance with the law. This is not a water bill, it's not a school bill, it's not a vote on taxes, it's not even a vote on development. All right, it's a question, do you want this town to have some control when the developers come with proposals? And at some point, you have to trust the other residents, your neighbors, your friends, your family, to evaluate those proposals. That's what we have a planning board for. A zoning board of appeals, a select board. So you don't have to agree with the law. There's a lot of laws on the books I don't like, but we have to work within the laws. As long as we're a system of law and order, that's the context that we have to choose the best path forward within. So out of respect for everybody here, out of respect for your time, let's just keep it focused to whether or not we're going to go forward with this proposal to comply.
Hi, Rachel Rubin, 389 Central Street. I understand why AAA was voted down in the past, as it just didn't make sense logically for our town at the time, and the zoning wasn't logical at all. But it has been amended since then in the last 3 years a few times, and I think that in this moment, a vote yes for it is the right move for our community and our town. I've grown up here, I'm 19 years old. This is my first town hall meeting that I've attended, and I'm really excited. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. I'm really excited to join in on this process, and I'll definitely be coming back whenever I can, whenever I'm not at college. And at the end of the day, I don't view this really as a vote for 3A. I view this as a vote on whether or not this housing will happen with some control from us or not, and whether or not we're going to face the consequences of voting down on this and being in non-compliance or not. And I would ask that we don't do that and that we stay in compliance with the state and that we don't move on to 40B, because now I'd like to talk about a common misunderstanding that I feel like I've heard when thinking about this vote is how much it's going to cost us. And I just want to reiterate that this vote is not a construction mandate. We don't have to construct anything with this vote with our town funding. We just have to zone for it. And after that, you can see what comes. There will probably be more votes on where that funding is going to come from or whether or not the state's going to fund that. But it is not an immediate, we're going to fund all of these units that are proposed. And I think that that's really important to understand. And I'll end just by saying that the legal recourse for trying to fight the state on whether or not this has to happen just isn't feasible. Milton's already spent $275,000 on legal expenses trying to fight this, and they've made no headway. And so for that reason, I don't really see that as an avenue that we can take, and I think that the only avenue right now in this moment is voting yes on 3A. Thank you.
Chris Dieter, 5 Prospect. Only lived in the town for 4 years, but I have seen quite a few changes in those few years, and I think in a post-COVID environment as well, we do need to think about the future. I think we need to plan for it and have control over it most specifically, and I think that this submittal is well thought, and I think it takes into mind that we need to decide what we're going to do about this ultimately, and so for that reason I support 3A.
Good evening. My name is Rob Pearslack. I live at 29 Bob Mary Lane. I'm here as a citizen, but I'm also on the town planning board. My whole entire career has been in the private sector, not in public. And when I come into a big initiative, I think about things, the why, the what, and the how. The why for me, why I'm here and passionate. I run a small company in Beverly. We make precision gearing. We're in every surgical medical robot, anything in space, sky, Thank you. I appreciate you speaking up. So I run a small company in Beverly, 200 employees. We're in every medical robot, everything in space. We have the ability, every industry we serve is growing. For every one person unemployed, there's 1.2 open jobs. I have the ability to double my company. I can't hire people. I'm paying to bring people in from Worcester, from Nashua. I can't get employed people to move here. The why, we've heard a lot in this whole thing about the threats, the punitive damages, the lawsuits, but the reality is the population of this area is growing by about 0.9%, 0.7%. The unemployed, the retired population is increasing. We can't get people here to do work. I struggle, I spend a lot of my time here doing that. So the need, the why, this is very, very real, I can tell you as an employer. And if any of you are looking for a career change, call me because we do some really cool stuff. The only thing I want to emphasize tonight, Kirk and Ian did a really good job. The last Raleigh Town Plan was updated in 2003. That's law. And by that plan, we can add, as of that date, 22 years ago, we could add 2,400 houses. We've only added 400. So we can still, without vote, add 2,000 houses. So that point was made earlier, but it was made without statistics. The last is the how. So the how, you've heard the young lady who spoke earlier, she was very eloquent. I'm not going to repeat her words, but it's I think about strategy, plan, execution. This is strategy, folks. Plan's next. That's the hard work. This is strategy, and it's coming. The state of Massachusetts, it's a right to local towns for zoning. We are going to lose that right, and it will be taken over by the state. Go Google it. It's not me speaking. It's fact. So I would rather own it, own the plan, and own the development of this beautiful town. So please, we have real work ahead of us to figure out the planning for what we do with these zones that Kirk and Ian outlined. That's the hard work. This is not. I request you all vote yes tonight. And also for those people who are passionate about this town, One of the reasons I'm on the planning board is it's unacceptable that a town has a plan that's 22 years old without update. That does not work. I think a few things have changed in the world in the last 22 years, and we need to update that. It's a
Please
heavy,
wrap
heavy
it up,
lift.
Tom.
I'm wrapping up. It's a heavy, heavy lift, and we're going to be looking for community members. So the people who are here are passionate. I'm going to be looking forward to you coming forward, join these committees to help us update that plan. Thank you.
Anybody else have a comment? All right, hold on, let me just check with the library. Any comments from the library?
No.
Doesn't look like any comments from the library. So we'll go to a vote. So let me,
Mr. Moderator, I move to have Article 2 voted by paper ballot.
I second that.
okay, so let me explain. Under the the Raleigh Town Meeting bylaws, we're supposed to take a voice vote first. If that's, if there's doubt about whether the voice vote passes, then we take a hand vote. However, that can be overridden by a motion for a paper ballot, which was just made. So now, let me just check my notes. So a motion to take the vote by paper ballot is not debatable. There's no discussion. We'll go right to a vote, and we need a simple majority to pass it. So all those in favor of taking the vote by paper ballot say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed to taking the vote by paper ballot say no. Okay, the motion passes.
Mr. Moderator, could you remind them that it has to be this pink one, Katie, correct? Has to be the
So,
pink.
one other thing, this is the way we're going to take the vote. Everybody should have got, oh, I'm sorry, this is the way we'll take the vote. Everybody should have got one of these when they came in. Yeah, nope, I know, I'm getting to it. So make sure you hand in the one that says Article 2. And the way we'll do it, there's going to be a box up here. And so if you're voting yes, you put the yes ballot in there. If you're voting no, you put the no ballot in there. And we'll do it, let's try to do it orderly. The last time we did it this way, I got yelled at because everybody came up all at once. So we'll do it as if we're going to communion. We'll do one row at a time. We'll start with the row to my left, the row to your right. We'll go with the first row, come down the middle, then you go back to your seat, and then the next row, and then we'll start on the right-hand side. Does that make sense to everybody? All right. Let's go. Row 1.
Get rid of it. Yeah, that's the vote. That's the vote. This is the vote. That's the rubbish. This is the vote. Yeah. Okay. Out the waste basket over here. Out the waste basket. Yeah. Waste basket.
I know.
We're just looking for the rubbish, so, you know.
That's all right. We're having fun.
And there is
I
two
am.
more questions that you can hang around for.
I know. I can go now.
We have the same problem. That's the official, this is the vote. I'm the rubbish lady. I'm the rubbish lady. I know. This is the vote. This is the vote. I'm the garbage collector. I'm cook rubbish today. No, yes, this is the rubbish. This is the vote. Okay. Well, I was gonna put little stars and stripes and stuff, but my arts and crafts time didn't allow for that. They withdraw Article 1? Yes. After we voted. No, they postponed it. They postponed. Yes, they voted to. Yes, it's my vote. Yes. Okay. All right. Yep. Mine's much easier down here. Yeah. Oh, my God. No, all right, this is funny. All right, so now you guys account, I'm gonna take the rubbish out. I don't think we're gonna have many people left here. Has anybody not voted? Yeah. Has everybody voted? Not yet. Not yet. Okay, we may have people coming in from the other room. We had a couple of people from the main room. To break into the voting box. Voted here? Oh. Are they people leaving up there? Well, we'll look at it, move it back up there instead. I know, that's why we had a couple of people in the big room down here, we're gonna vote. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. You coming or you going back? I do too. Well, you're missing you talking. Oh, here's some. Higher number. Did you get paper clip cash on it? Oh, Jesus, paper. Yes. You won't go there. Over here. I had a friend that did eight. I got 829. By the time they count it, back there around. No. Right.
I just want to remind everybody we have 2 more articles after this one, so if you can hang around, we would appreciate it. Those articles will be very quick.
Well, I think a lot of people did. Yeah. Yes. I will stand guard. Yeah. Good. You know what I mean? See what happens. How do we know how long it's gonna take them to count? Because they're still putting it in. Yeah. Now, we had almost 100 people here. What do we have? 65 or so. 66 were here, but they were over 400, so there's gotta be 400 each. Something's still right now. He says the only people voting now are standing, so. All right, so the standing voters are putting the paperwork in. He says it's thinning out quite a bit. About 22 people. No. Oh, we went Saturday night. You know how you look for people? Yes. Yeah, there you go. No, she's fine. When we were growing up, so my dad, I'm getting old, too old, Mr. Vincent. So fast forward, and hang on. They chose 1 week for summer. Oh, and so we grew up, their kids were around the home. And we stayed in touch. And so this is the last one. That I really found it. I don't know. See what Janet says. The acoustics in that room are really tough.
Can I have your attention, everybody? Can I have your attention?
All right.
Excuse me, everybody. Can I have your attention? It looks like everybody voted, so while the votes are being counted, we're going to move on to Article 3.
Janet, tell him he wants.
So do I have a motion for Article 3?
Any article, why do we need to list all this stuff? Because that's what town meeting is about, voting on all town things. But I know what the town meeting is about. And I want to vote on, and I vote in the bond, signed in.
Is that mic not working? Try it now, Joan.
Can you hear? Yeah, it's on now. Joan Conley, Chairperson of the Rowley Planning Board. It is my responsibility this evening to present to you and make the motion for Article 3 of the special town meeting warrant on behalf of the Planning Board. I move that the town vote.
Excuse me, Joan. I think the library, we're hearing the library conversation. They don't know that we've restarted.
How do we fix that?
Someone has to go tell them that we've started up if they're not
Oh,
aware.
Joan, we're starting up again. We're taking up Article 3.
Yeah, what do you want from me?
I just want to make sure everybody's aware of that.
We are, yes.
Okay, thank you. But we can hear, for some reason, we can hear you, Joan, here.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, tell her hot mic. Hot mic, tell her hot mic.
Yeah, you're on a hot mic, Joan, so we can hear everything you're saying. So be careful. All right, Joan, you're up.
Should I start again?
Yes, please.
Okay. Joan Conley Costello, Chairperson of the Rowley Planning Board. It is my responsibility this evening to present to you and make the motion for Article 3 of the special town meeting warrant on behalf of the Planning Board. I move that the town vote to amend Section 4.10 of the zoning bylaw concerning the floodplain district by removing the strike-through text and by inserting the underlined text as printed in Article 3 of the June 9th, 2025 special town meeting warrant, and as shown on pages 15 through 22. So this is an updating language to meet with the state requirements. The Planning Board held the hearing to update the current floodplain overlay district bylaw pursuant with current FEMA requirements at a public meeting on April 9th, 2025, where the board voted 5-0 to endorse the proposed bylaw. At this point, town moderator will ask for a second to my motion. Kirk Baker is here to answer any questions, should anyone have any.
Do we have a second? Can I have the motion, Joan? Is there any discussion on this motion? Seeing no hands, we'll go to a vote. This motion takes a 2/3 vote to pass. We'll start with a voice vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed say no. The yes votes take it. Motion passes. Nope. Oh, right. Okay. So town council just told me that if the vote is not unanimous, we have to count it. We can do that by raising hands. So all those. Oh boy, we have a dilemma. The counters are counting, but
Two people.
let's see if we can get a couple of people to help us count the votes. Can we get any counters to help us?
You have two.
No, I don't want to do that.
Tom,
Yeah.
I think someone down, she's raising her hand.
Somebody have a question?
Tables.
Yes. Can we have people volunteer? Katie? Yes, please step up. If we can get a couple of people to volunteer to count, that'd be great. What do we need?
We're doing a hand count, aren't we?
Yeah, this is a hand count. Okay, what do they need to do?
We only need 4 people.
4 people, please?
One, two.
We got 2? 2 more? Okay, we got 4 right here. Thank you. All right, any instructions for them, Katie? All right. Janice, I can see that you're in the library. You have people to count? Okay, we're ready to vote. Ready? All those in favor, raise your hands. All those in favor, yep, raise your hands, and you'll be counted.
Katie, did you designate someone for this?
Don't forget
For
the
the board?
stage.
I don't want to get counted twice, that's all.
Jeanette's getting it, I think.
Okay.
Did you finish?
Did we get counted over here?
It looked like the other ladies.
some votes back here, Jenny. Oh. Those guys, okay.
You need them all to come up? Or one at a time?
I need Rob to come up. Can you just print your name? This is 47, yes. What do you have? No. Yeah, sign your name. Okay, and you need to sign this too. You're swearing that you're doing everything. Thank you for volunteering. Thank you for doing it. Print it.
Thank you. No, I think we're good. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome.
We might need you for the next article, too.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you. Okay, go do no's.
We're ready for the no votes. All those opposed, raise your hand. And the counters will count you. Please leave your hand up until they're finished counting.
You can just use the other side of that.
Did you get everybody over there? Oh, okay, okay. Thank you.
You're good?
Here?
No, we have a lot.
No. I don't know. I would guess maybe, what is the tip, please? I don't.
Okay, so we have the results. We had 290 yes votes and 20, I'm sorry? The one we're on now, Article 3. So on Article 3, we had 290 yes votes and 26 no votes, so the motion passes. We're going to go to Article 4. We can vote on Article 4. Do we have a motion on Article 4?
We may be still waiting on Article 2 by the time. They're
Evening, folks. My name is Bill
They're not
Demento.
counting, I
in,
can see.
Raleigh.
Library. The library.
Evening,
Bill,
folks. My name is Bill Demento. I'm the Raleigh Harbor Master. Here to move Article 4. Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate by transfer the sum of $8,000 from line 153, unemployment, from Article 4 of May 6, 2024 annual town meeting, and the sum of $3,000 from line 15, stormwater compliancy, of Article 4 of the May 6, 2024 annual town meeting to purchase for general municipal purposes the parcel shown on Assessors Map 15 as parcel 41-4, consisting of approximately 4.75 acres of vacant land.
Do we have a second?
So
Okay. Go ahead, Bill.
I realize that I am the only one that stands between you and your pillow or Yellowstone or whatever you want to watch. And I am going to do my best to try to hold to 3 minutes. This is about a project that I've been working on with the Board of Selectmen and the Conservation Commission for about 3-4 years to expand the parking area at the town of Rowley Landing, a small treasure that many of you probably know about, but we own a 3-mile stretch of the Rowley River, about half the Plum Island Sound, that empties out off of Cranes Beach into the Gulf of Maine. It's an absolute treasure. The launch ramp is used only by Rowley residents. We've never accepted any state money to improve it so that it would have to be open for the general public, and we have no plans to do so. The town is growing. Boat ownership is growing on a recreational basis primarily. We do have some commercial clam diggers and oyster farmer or two, and some commercial fishermen that go out of Rowley. I've known for probably the past 5 or 6 years that we really need to see what we can do about expanding the parking area. The land down at the Warehouse Lane that we currently use for parking is owned as part of Mass Help self-funding that was done back in 1971 and is under conservation restriction. In order to expand the parking, we've been working with the state DEP, Conservation Commission, and the Board of Selectmen to see what we can do, and we found a viable way by trading out pieces of land that currently have no conservation restriction on them, owned by the town of Rowley, that are of equal or comparable value. We have one parcel at 347 Weathersfield Street that we currently own for this purpose. It was donated by a contractor. The second parcel that I'm talking about tonight is owned by the Purley family, and they are making actually quite a charitable contribution. The land is on the assessor's map for considerably more than the $10,000 that they have requested. This has recently been appraised, and it looks as though that the appraisal on both 347 Weathersfield Street and on Haverhill Street over near the, just out behind the Knowles filling station, will in fact meet the state requirement of land of equal or comparable value that we'll be able to trade out about 2.46 acres for expanded parking. The picture that you see behind me is a picture of the current parking area at the town landing. This is the launch ramp, the Rowley River. This is the primary area where you see initial parking, mostly during the week. The overflow parking comes up into the field and out into this area. The expansion would basically be this area right here. Happy to answer any questions that you might have. We've left a 25-foot buffer along Warehouse Lane is what is proposed, and 50 to 75-foot buffer along the abutter that is to the west of this property. That will be untouched land that will remain vegetated the way that it is. Any questions?
Go ahead. You can answer that if you want.
What's that?
You can answer that question if you want.
Oh, I can answer that question. Sorry I thought that was kind of a joke, but to answer it seriously, we have to go through the process with the state first and do the land swap, which the state won't own the property, the town will own the property. It's just these other two parcels will be put under conservation restriction, and then the state will authorize us to remove the conservation restriction off of the 2.47 acres that you can see outlined right here. It will probably take, if I had to guess, another 2 to 3 months with the state, and then it's just a matter of executing the clearing and the stump pulling and the grading. We're going to keep it as grassland, and it will be mowed for parking.
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
No.
How about here?
Yes.
There we go. Just to add to our harbor master, he started this project. Bill and I, we went down there just after COVID. So that's how long this project, Bill has been working on this diligently all that time. So he deserves a lot of credit for putting this together. Thank you, Bill.
Ellie Davis, 9 Central Way in Rowley. I just have a question about the procedure of how it happens.
Okay.
How does
Ellie,
it
can you
work
talk
that...
into the mic?
Oh. How does it work that it doesn't have to go through the regular town budget process and then be budgeted to a department and the town vote on it at a town meeting?
Bill, can you answer
That's
that?
just a
Or can somebody answer that
procedural
question?
You know, how does this is an income generating issue. That's what I'm wondering. Is it an income generating issue that the town sells property in order to no?
No, we're
Shouldn't say.
buying property.
Pardon?
We're buying property.
Yes, but where is the money coming from to buy the
It
property?
was in the article that he just read.
I can't hear back there. The mics are really
Well,
bad.
maybe Bill, is that your question, or do you have some?
Yeah, I have a question of, I didn't get that question about where does the money come from, and, yeah, and how does it go through this process instead of the procedural going through the regular town budget? That's my question.
Okay. Bill, can you answer that?
I think so. So, Ellie, the monies that were allocated to this were leftover monies from past articles. One of them was a stormwater compliancy where there was $3,000 left, and the other one was $8,000 from unemployment. Okay, that's where it came from. As far as budget, the Harbor Master Department budgets on an annual basis through the annual town meeting. We are a revenue-generating department through fees, mooring fees, and slip fees, and offset the entire cost of the operations of the department. Some of the capital costs, like this process here, expanding the parking, that will benefit the entire town. It's not just boaters, it'll benefit the entire town because it will be used for not passive recreation anymore. They say parking is not passive recreation, but it will be used for access to all of the conservation land as well. So the $10,000 is something that I worked with the selectmen and the finance committee and talked about the reasons that we wanted to do this in the best interests of the townspeople. Does that kind of answer your question? This is a special town meeting. I realize that. We're not trying to circumvent the annual town meeting. It was just timing. Didn't work for the annual town meeting. This land came about after the annual town meeting, and it was an opportunity that we took advantage of to bring it to the special town meeting. Okay?
Any other questions or comments?
We
Yep.
didn't.
Brent?
The Finance Committee does recommend this article.
I was going to ask you that. I was ready for you.
Good evening, Brent Bazelak, retired conservation agent for the town of Rowley, now part-time land manager and stewardship of the open space. So the basic principle is there's no net loss here of previously preserved conservation area for the town, which is one of the reasons why this process is taking place, and it has a component because the acreage that is now going to be for active vehicles and boat trailer parking at the landing is going to be taken out of its conserved and protected status and turned into a general municipal property that accomplishes the safe ability of the vehicles to utilize the town landing and park during the seasonal operation of the ramp. No net loss means we have to go through the state in a process under what they call Article 97, where not only does the land need to appraise to an approximate value of what's being converted now to general municipal, but we also have to demonstrate that the acreage that we're proposing to replace and accomplish the no net loss also has natural resources on it that deserve protection and also allows public access for passive recreational purposes. So that's why it took us a little bit to put together the pieces of land that would actually accomplish that when compared to the appraisal of the area down at the town landing. So there is some state legislative process involved in this, which I believe our state representatives will shepherd us through that process. But we had to get to the step where the State Department that evaluates this, the Division of Conservation Services, said that we had apples for apples and not trying to do an apple-orange swap on them. Thank you very much. Appreciate your support.
Thank you, Brent.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Please step up.
John Sosaurus, 28 Trowbridge Circle. I just have one question for you, Bill. In doing this, is it going to change in any way the fact that that town landing is town-owned and the state doesn't have full access to it?
Not at all. We're not accepting any money from the state to improve the area. The state would love to give us lots of money to improve this area so that we would make it open to the general public. So we've not done that since I've been harbor master, since 1979, and I don't have any plans to recommend that to the town or the selectmen.
Any other questions, comments? Step up.
Emily Pazos, 870 Haverhill Street. I didn't see it in here, and you might have answered it, but maybe I didn't hear it. But I was just wondering, is the actual acreage going to remain the same in the land swap, or are we going to lose any actual land area?
We won't lose any land area. The trade has to occur with land that's of equal or comparable value. What's actually happening is the land that the town has been given and that the land that the town hopefully is about to buy will exceed, going into conservation restriction, the amount of land that we'll be removing from conservation restriction. The two parcels that we're working with the Conservation Department right now is close to 10 acres, and the area that we'll remove from conservation restriction is 2.46 acres. Okay, does that answer? Sure.
And did you say where the new conservation land will be?
The parcel that we're asking for a vote on this evening is on Haverhill Street. It's about 1,000 yards to the west of Knowles Filling Station on Haverhill Street, Route 133. On the north side, it's about 5 acres.
Okay, any other questions, comments? I don't see any hands, so we'll go to a vote. This motion requires 2/3 to pass, so if it's not unanimous, we will go to a hand count. We'll start with a voice vote. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those opposed say no. No. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go to a hand count. Can we get the tellers up again to help us count? we'll do the hand count here. All right, all those in favor, please raise your hands. No, I don't think so. That's a good question, but I should ask more. But I'm not going to. Even if I- All those opposed, raise your hands. Thank you for your help. Okay, the vote is in. 263 yes votes and 4 no votes, so the motion passes. And I also have the results for the vote on Article 2. Oh, I'm sorry. I have the results for the vote on Article 2. We have 337 yes votes and 128 no votes. So that motion passes. Now we're pretty much to the end of our meeting. Do I have a motion to dissolve the meeting? Can you just wait 1 second? We just have to get through this. It'll take 2 minutes, not even.
Mr. Moderator, I will give you that vote, but prior to that, I want to thank our IT team, our town hall team, our police and fire for being here. Thank you all, and our counters and election workers.
Do I have a second on the motion to dissolve?
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to dissolve the June 9th, 2025 special town meeting.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed, say no. All right, the yes votes win.